price. Get money. Money or your motherfucking heart. I could give it to my dog, he makes money when he falls. Put it in my fridge or in one of my parks that I bought so my robots could learn how to law. Get money.
Dad's kinda cool.
You're my punk rock boyfriend. You're not supposed to think my dad is cool. It only matters that I think he's cool.
She thinks I'm cool! There's no platypus controlling me. There's no platypus controlling me. Records on my fingers. Records on my fingers. I got records on my fingers and I just can't stop. Stop! I got a platypus controlling me. I got a platypus platypus controlling me. Now let me sum it up. It was a strange set of circumstances. A platypus controlling him. To be honest, I didn't really understand, but I fell down this hill. Now I got glue on my hands and I got records on my fingers. Records on my fingers. I got records on my fingers and I just can't stop. Don't stop. I got a platypus controlling me. I got a platypus controlling me. Now let me sum it up. It was a strange set of circumstances. I fell down the hill. I got glue on my hands. Now I got records on my fingers and I just can't stop. Don't stop. Well, I would if I was able. There's a platypus controlling me. He's underneath the table. There's a platypus controlling him. What?
My anaconda don't. My afternoon. What a song. That was a crazy start. What an intro. Oh, another good song. I feel like I need to go back to the song screen, let the music keep playing. Oh, what a tune. What a tune. Ashley. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. What? My name is who? My name is JD. Now I understand why this song is called My Name is Ashley. Crazy song. I was thinking about streaming yesterday, but I had such a fun day at the cinema, I was too tired to stream. Do you like violence? Anything else? God, I miss old Eminem. Southbox just came back with old Southbox style, so movies is good. Process movies is really good. Superman was good. It's a really weird thing to say. Superman was good. I don't like Superman as a superhero. So you might think, wow, why would you say what's that? But I really like superhero movies, and obviously Superman's DC, and it's gonna have other DC heroes in. And I liked a lot of the stuff that the other DC heroes were doing, which is really cool. Superman just compounded even more to me that why I don't like Superman as a hero. So and then I watched Fantastic Four, and Fantastic Four was not what I was expecting as a movie, which isn't a bad thing. I just from the trailers I saw, I just didn't understand what it was going to be, and then I watched it, and I was like, oh, okay, you know, I could see it being the start of something big, but it hasn't answered any questions that I have. So, yeah, it's, you know, we had this exact same thing where, what was it? I asked you, Squirrel Girl, if she was Marvel or DC, and you got it wrong, which is funny. I'm okay with this game. Razor. We're not going to spend too much time on the intro today. I woke up this morning, went to let the dogs out, and Dad had already done it, so I went back to bed, woke up, and I've just been tired since. I went to bed early last night. I'm so tired at the moment. So, wait for the rebel to properly kick in, and then, yeah, should be good to go. So when people try to teach me this, yeah, it's, you know, there's not much of a difference. They're made at the same time. Asshole. Ashley. Really wish PlayStation wouldn't just show my real name on their overlay. Would be real nice if PlayStation just didn't do that ever again. But hey, whatever. Slim Shady. What? My name is Chicka Slim Shady. Come on. Oh. So I've been told there's DLC for this game that we're not to touch until we beat the main story. Ooh, okay, loud. Give me a second, I need to fix some stuff because I have too many audio sources that are active. And I don't know why. Reaper can go, Darktide can go, Peak can go for now, I'll put them back on later. There we go. I can pet the fox now. Let's go! What a good start to this stream. You get an achievement for that? Do I follow it now? Should I just follow it, see where it goes? Gotta follow it, see where it leads me. Where are you taking me, fantastic Mr. Fox? It's going too fast. I can't keep up. Come back. Come back. And it's gone. Just like that. Oh, that village is what we've saved. Right, let's go and do this undiscovered location here. So it's left for horse, right trigger. I've got to remember all the controls for this game. It has been a couple days since I played them. I played some other games in between, so I've got to relearn all my controls. How's everyone else doing today? Anybody done anything fun? Anyone been anywhere and done anything interesting? This poor fishing village was attacked by the Mongols. I'm gonna assist whoever's nearby. Oh, is the game trying to tell me to go up the hill? Oh, okay. I'll go up the hill. Woke up and took my weekend meds. Ah, it's a high weekend. It's another camp. Hello, Survivor Camp. Hello.
お侍、カシネの森
Go
に
to
行
the
ってはな
forest.
りま
They're
せんよ。
haunted by angry
あそ
spirits.
こは怒かれる怨霊の住処。侍の霊が血を求めています。
今は戦の最中。すべて人の仕業であろう。
ですが森に入って戻った者はいません。猛虎も島の者も。
Ooh.
それにムクロはすべて侍の太刀で切られているそうです。
怨霊ごときが太刀を握れるものか。調べてこよう。
Side quest. Apparently I should take every side quest. And do them all. Which I'm
手
okay
に
with.
入りにくいものが
Hello,
揃ってます
merchant.
よ。
Power vanity gear. Armor dies. I can change my armor. Hats.
素材が足りないようですね。
I can't afford any of the hats yet. Sword kits. I can't afford any of the sword kits yet.
また頼むぞ。
Okay.
どうかご分を。
一つだけ猛虎に感謝してる
This
ことがある。
guy.
さあどうぞ見ていってくださいよ。
Trapper. Range capacity upgrades. Oh, I need I need specific hides. Ah, okay. Kunai. And so no.
戦を生き延びたらもっといい。
ここで良い知らせをお
Okay.
待ちしてますよ。
Okay, 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 okay. There's some good stuff here. No, I keep pressing the wrong thing. I keep meaning to press start. So there's a side quest. Blood in the Grass for Jin's Journey. Mythic Tales. Jin's Journey, Broken Blacksmith. Look at Jin's Journey, The Tale of Lady Misako. Upgrade available here at the Boa if I go here. And then I could probably minor range charm, 2 silk and minor legend increase. Let's fast travel here and go and see the bow guy. Let's upgrade the bow. Oh, person wants to speak to me. Hello. What do you want?
あの鳥をご存知ですか？
どのような鳥のことだ。
金色の鳥です。
Golden ones?
鳴き声を聞くと平和だった時を思い出します。
ああ、母上はその鳥のこ
Oh,
と、
good about.
何よりも対馬のことを知っておる生き物だとおっしゃってい
その通りでしょうね。もしこのような時でなければ、あの鳥を追ってどこに誘ってくれるか知りたいものです。
た。俺が追ってみよう。お主は平和が戻るまでは控えておけ。
そういたしますね。酒井様。
名のある弓取りが戦に加わらなかったらしい。負けると
Okay, where's the bow guy? You're another trapper.
金、材木、布を扱います。
Oh, is it this guy up here?
弓の修繕をいたしましょうか。
Does my bow need some work? Yes. I'll take some free bow
私
work.
ならばあなたの弓の力を引き出せます。
それは頼もしい。ぜひ見てくれ。
もったいないお言葉。
Ooh.
では素材をお持ちくださいませ。その後は私が。
Okay. A half bow. Damage up, everything else up except for range. Yes, please.
天下無双の弓ですよ。
Cool. Right, so merchant trapper, Novanti gear. We'll go and make our way over to this guy. So we've got a load of collectibles to do in this. I don't quite know if I should try to focus on story or if I should focus on unlocking the map. And freeing a bunch of the villages just as I go. Whether I should make it like a target of the stream. That's legend mode. Somebody in here wants to talk. Hello.
重則様の紫伝一戦をご存知ですか？
その技はただの言い伝えであろう。
琵琶法師は本当のことだとおっしゃっていました。
あちこちの村で法師の噂を耳にすることはあったが、
今は 小松の火事場の近くにいるはずです。もしお話通りの強力な技であれば、敵に使われてはひとたまりもないでしょうね。
Oh, this place is big. So, what's this room here? Heavenly Strike, mythical armor, and then nothing else above. I mean, obviously we've got the castle, which is Mongolian territory. The Komoda town we should probably try and go over to, or the Golden Temple. Maybe we should go over to the Golden Temple. I whistle for my horse like Superman whistling for Krypton. I think I need to go this way. Yeah, and then this way. I think. Yeah, because they're going up and over. Bamboo. I'm still waking up. Oh. Crossroads. Pretty sure we've been over to that tower too. Hey, there's that bridge we saved. Uh-oh. I don't know how to fight in this game. So whoever was here didn't survive. But hey, I tried. You can only do so much. I'm trying to save people. They're also hanging out by and on the bridge. Like, they're killing people as they're going over the bridge. So, even after I cleared it. These guys just didn't learn the lesson the first time. Sit down, suckers. You thought you could beat me? I'm even at half strength. I can't even remember how to fight. Can we free these people or are they dead? You dead? The bird's signaling to us. We should follow the bird. Lead the way, little birdie. Oh, did the birds lose to survivor camps?
お侍様、
Oh,
お
neat.
譲りいただけるものはございますか。
With scrolls I can read. Anybody else want to talk to me here? No, I'll speak to the
ご
trader
遠
though.
慮なくご覧ください。
Ooh, I can buy... I could buy the furry kit now.
素材が足りないようですね。
また来よう。
I should prefer the blue and red. I think it looks scarier.
道中のご無事をお祈りしています。
お前は名馬だ。
Ooh, let's go. We're gonna find this temple. Yes, the embers look so cool. This whole, basically everything about this game is so goddamn cool. They look so good. Hero of Tsushima looks good. The Storm of Clan Sakai look good, and the Prowling Tiger looks hilarious. If I had a funny streak in me right now, I'd totally 110% switch and have funny tiger clothing and be one of those types of people. Down here with the bamboo. Bridge called in blood and arrows is never usually a good sign. The Adachi estate.
足立家の親方、政子殿がおるはず。政子殿、足立家のご一族、誰かおりませぬか。政子殿、酒井です。争いの後だ。何者かが押し入ったか。血だ。誰か生き残った。窓から子供を逃がそうとしたようだ。
Hey, somebody wanna turn the lights on? The supplies.
なぎなた。
Ooh.
足立家の女のものだな。家族を守ろうとしたのか。荒らされているが、争った様子はない。
Ransacked, but not. The supplies haven't been taken, so I'll take them. Is this a secret door? No, it's not. Just walks into a place that's been ransacked. Enemies can still be here. Is shouting his head off. Like, hello, anyone home? See? 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 What did I say? What did I say?
Masako殿はどこだ。答えぬか。
Finite heals, but it restores when you battle people. The bottom left corner, you have a fixed amount.
猛虎ではないが、野党
But
ども
Mongols are
が
not
正
bandits.
体を調べるか。
Oh my gosh.
生き延びた者は馬で逃げたのやもな。馬屋を調べよう。
Searching the stable. Now I'm going in here. I want to see if there's any resources. There we go. Oh, a back room. Leather. Supplies. Supplies are so valuable in this. Apparently you should just loot everything. So yeah, you have to like battle. It recharges slowly over time. Oh, I can upgrade my traveler's attire. Let's go. I literally was just about to say we're probably about to get attacked, so.
乾いた血
The horse's blood's dry. Ooh. Mongol arrows. Oh, am I going to follow them?
蹄の跡逃げた者がいたのか追ってみよ
They left a trail.
う足跡追っ手がいたようだ
The rider was being chased.
急兵に狙われたのかこの乗り手巧みに矢を避けておる 馬のむくろ
Oh look, a dead horse where I found my alive horse.
これは足立家の馬だな死んで数日政子殿私です
Hey lady.
お主は堺家の菰田の生き残りはおらぬと聞いていたが夫は
武名に恥じぬ見事なお働きでしたが討ち死にを
さようかなぜここへ
叔父上が囚われの身に手を結びましょう私は叔父上をそちらは仇を
足立家はもう終わりだ
Oh, Clan Adachi is dead.
対馬の者が手にかけおった
Massacred by our own people?
裏切り己を守る侍をなぜ
それはこれから突き止める
I
助
also
立ち
need
い
to
たす
find out.
いらぬ我らの争いに余計な首を突っ込むな
対馬の武家は相見たがい私も残された
I
者
just
の
noticed how
痛
hairy
み
his
は知っ
chest
ており
is.
ます
Man, goddamn, shave.
お主まで死んでは申し訳が立たぬ
死にませぬ
You won't be responsible for my death, lady. I will be responsible for my character, for Jin's death.
ついてこい
Ride with you. Can I ride on the horse with you, or do we have to ride separately? The tale of Lady Masako. Do we get to go and defeat a bunch of people now? God, this game's so pretty.
親方に賊がおりました
生き残りを探しておったのであろうな夫が息子らと菰田へ出発した夜のこと刺客どもが来たのだ子供や孫らを姉に託し二人の息子の嫁らと
The choice of the yellow for the flowers to contrast with the green, an actual nice green.
私だけが生き延びた
So every time we're just gonna be talking and I'm just gonna dip off, grab the like supplies and then
終わっておらぬ
go back in again. So a little bit of reading of just like things to do in this game, and it's like do the DLC last, collect all the side stuff. It can be tedious, but you've got the win to assist you, which you can buy as upgrades. So get them out the way first, because techniques and stuff you can learn later on. You can get through the game pretty much without buying any of the techniques. And then it's like do all the side missions. Like, okay. Healthy plant green, yeah. Honor the dead.
必死に助けようとしたが皆死角から逃げ切れず道端で切り殺された姉も孫すらも
No.
赤子もいたのだまだ生まれたばかりの母と子と私がこの手で埋めたのだ
あるまじきことです
姉も亡き夫と共に眠りたいはず北の地でなれど今は足立の墓に
Sad. They killed her entire family. Including her grandchildren. And then they're just like... Oh, that's where I was going to go anyway. I was going to go to the Golden Temple. This works out. This was on my map of places I want to go.
一人ではない。視覚が生きておる。
罪の報いを与えねば。
奴らがのうのうと生きておるなど、一族の恥。
御身の咎ではない。
この手で成敗せねば、顔向けできぬわ。
Don't worry, we will punish them. God, the blue sky, the temple, the yellow. Oh.
お主一人で行ってくれ。草原という層を
Why
探
them
し、
Sojourn and
足立家の
tell
顛
him
末
the
を
fate of the
伝えて
planet
ほしい。
Adachi?
どういうおつもりですか。
やもめの頼みは聞け。草原と話したら、甲
Find
冑
the
師を
armor.
見つけろ。修繕を頼んだ鎧がある。
She's
お
repairing
主に
something
く
for
れ
me.
て
I
やる。
want you to have
かた
it.
じけない。
Ooh, a new
私は
armor set.
寺の裏口で待っておる。
Jin Duxan will definitely sort them out. The Golden Temple.
浜に忍び込んで売れそうな。
Hi.
我らは味方ですよ。
酒井様、お達者のようで。
It's an honor.
住職殿か。
その実は下男と何ら変わりませんよ。
Servant?
私は純真と申します。この寺が民の助けになればと。
広めておこう。
寺まで赴けない者は有明の野営へ。少ないですが食べ物も備えました。
ありがたい。時に僧を探しておってな。草原という名だ。
境内を吐いておるはずです。
かたじけない。民を頼むぞ。
This guy's got a present over his head. What are you?
酒井様。
無事であったか。
Good to see you.
長尾家の下男の権次郎と言ったな。長尾殿のことは無念であった。
俺のようなもののことを覚えててくださったんですね。あなたのおかげで大勢が助かってます。
戦はまだ始まったばかりだぞ。
だから俺も
We are
お手
literally
伝
right
い
at the
したいん
beginning.
です。
I never looked
み
up
ん
how
な
long
で
to beat
使え
this
そうな
game.
ものを集めました。
For like that 100%.
どうぞ。
Don't know how long it can take us streams wise.
これは助かるな。皆に礼を伝えてくれ。
他に役に立ちそうなものがあれば、あなたの立ち寄りそうなところに置いておきますね。対馬をどうぞお守りください。
Visit the nearest gift altar. A gift? Oh, a new mask. Wait. Outfits, masks. This looks so cool, but it's nothing to having a mustache. They need to upgrade this. 62.5 hours. Fine by me. I have time off stream. What I'll do is I'll collect all the collectible side stuff, like the vanity gear and everything off stream.
草原か。
And then I'll just do the story and the camps on stream.
酒井と申
For
す。
the most part.
お侍。何用で。
So all the fox dens, all the vanity gear, everything. I could do it all on stream. If I do 6-10 hour streams, we could do it in a week. I could just blitz through it. It won't be the most interesting stream.
裏切りだそうだ。
But usually when it comes to these games, I'll 100% the story and then I'll go off and do all the side stuff afterwards. Or I'll blitz through it in between, so I won't do any story at all. I won't do any of the story missions. I'll run away from them and then do all the side stuff in an area that I can. So like, we're quite lucky that I was busy between the last stream and this one, where I would have unlocked the entire map before coming back to this. Just have rode around all of it to see it all. But I feel like there would also be spoilers. Armorer.
甲冑師を探すか。
One, this lady wants to speak to me. Hiya.
困っておる様子だが、何があった。
二の集落でひどいいさかいがありまして、
Kuta Farmstead.
族と猛虎が殺し合ってたんです。
そやつらが揉めようと止める道理はないが、民が巻き込まれるのは避けたい。お主は逃げよう。俺が見てこよう。
Another side quest. Right, we're gonna find an armorer now.
家や神社じゃ足りなかったのか。
太刀についての御用があればお役に立ちまし。堺家に伝わる宝刀、素晴らしい一品です。
見ただけでわかるのか。
私には刀の顔がわかるのです。人と同じくそれぞれ違うのですよ。堺様、素材をお持ちくだされば喜んでその宝刀を鍛えて差し上げましょう。
Sick. The katana. Nice iron and supplies. We'll hold off for now. Mainly because I definitely want to upgrade the armor that we're wearing.
この近くに役立つものはないか。
残念ながらですが、神社をお参りすれば手を差し伸べてくれるはず。鳥居を見つけて社まで進めば何かいただけるかも。
神の加護を受けた護符があるというな。
Ooh, yes, I know about Kami Charms. The new X-Men Ultimate comic talks about them.
鎧を整えてもよろしいでしょうか。
政子殿の使いだ。お主が足立家の鎧を直しておると聞いた。
さようです。誠に素晴らしい鎧でございました。取ってまいります。
The Samurai Clan armor, studying armor that once belonged to the son of Lady Misako.
よくお似合いでございますよ。
Suits you perfectly, my lord. Quality is incomparable.
大事になさってください。もしもお気に召さないことがあれば、いつでも直しましょう。
Always make alterations.
その際は素材をお持ちください。
Just use the right materials. Sick. Well, first we
ど
want
ん
to
な
speak to you
鎧でも
because
扱います。
Traveler's attire. There we
お
go.
体の傷も減りましょう。
Thank you.
きっとあなた様をお守りして。
昔夕日が沈ん
So I'm not doing Legends mode. I don't know what Legends mode is. Nothing has explained what Legends mode is to justify me going Legends mode. Right, where's the wind? The wind is directing me in this direction. Is she at the back entrance? The directional wind to tell you which way you need to go, I really like. 1 second. Yes, I got the armor.
良い具合です。
それは私の長男、重里のもの。
かたじけない。そうと話しました。
何と言っておった。
喜んで寺でかくまうと。
そうして居所を敵に漏らすわけか。ついてこい。
1 second, I want to have a look at this armor though. Reduces all damage by a moderate amount. Moderate increase to health. Taking damage grants 15% resolve. Broken armor. Hero armor. Legends mode is a co-op mode, but it's a different campaign. Oh, okay. Major increase to health. Reduces damage by moderate amount. Track artifacts with the guiding wind. 20% more fog on the map. Increased knocking and reload speed. Increased total concentration by 3%. Headshots restore meter. Okay. Cool.
襲撃の影に草原がいると。
刺客が来る前に奴が館を訪ねてきた。
So one of these armors is definitely better for exploring, and then we should switch for when we're going into fights.
ああ、だが疑いたくもなるさ。奴は秋の初めに神館から突然やってきたのだ。
もうこの噂が流れ始めた頃。
だが足立の所領はそうやすやすとは奪えぬ。
そこで戦に乗じた。
I didn't realize this game had a co-op campaign that you could play.
あの坊主抜け抜けと。
草原め、急いでおる。
まるで巣へ戻る狼よ。ここからはしゃがめ。
Do any benefit just thinking of this? From these? I could go full helmet. Bands? No. Face masks? No. It's just the armor. So one of the armors does two things because it's max upgraded, the other one only just reduces stuff by a minor amount.
私を利用しましたな。
恐怖心を煽って尻尾を出させたまでおかげで住処に向かっておるぞ。
こちらへ見られぬように。隠れて。
見られたか。
いいえ。走り出しました。
行くぞ。
We have to use the plants, I think. Damn right, it was just deer. Where do I go from here?
隠れましょう。
Ah, I see.
近づきましょう。
こっちだ。
まさかお前生きておる。武士を連れておるぞ。
Yeah, it's a samurai with that. Uh-oh.
館で仲間を殺した武士だろうな。
やほどもめ。わしの肩入れが筒抜けだ。見つけ出してこい。声を抑えてくれ。わしは中で休む。奴らを殺すまで戻るな。
あやつらが一族の敵。坊主は生かせ。他は殺す。
Okay.
腕試しと行くぞ。
お前を殺せば名を残せるかもな。
我が一族の敵。
I can't remember how to change my my stances. Nope. inside the inn. Let's get him. Nowhere to run, sucker.
わしはただの使い走り。
主は
それを知って何の役に立つ？
己に問われる筋合いはないわ。
政子殿。
私は家族を埋めたのだ。一人をな。幾日もかけて。己など野犬どもの餌にしてくれるわ。
殺してはいけない。主を吐かせねば。
この世は地獄よ。強き者が正さねばならん。邪魔立てするなら殺すまで。
わらべさえもか。
やめよ。
To be fair, I'm on her side with this one. If the guy was like, I'm not going to tell you.
手がかりがいる。糸口を探さねば。あなたは外を、私は中を調べる。
済んだら知らせろ。
You 110% deserved what you got.
替えの武具、援軍が来るはずだったのか。
Spare weapons.
飯が尽きている。長くいたのだな。名前と家紋だ。政子殿に聞くか。
There's room more to look in for resources as well. Does this just lead to outside? Yes, it does. I'll get you a list of names that you can use.
何者かの名と家紋が。
確か奴らにもこの家紋が初めて見るものだ。
どこぞの家が乗っ取りを図っているのか。捨ておけません。
私がな。
お一人は無謀です。もし叔父上がいれば、このようなこと決してそのままにはいたしませぬ。
It's all about his uncle, but you can tell by the end of it his uncle's going to die and we're going to take over. Or we should prove to be the great leader that he wanted us to be, to take over.
いいだろう。志村殿の救出に向かう折には私も参ろう。
かたじけなきお言葉。
では、
Thank you, Masako.
やることがあるでな。
Right, I'm going to quickly pause. I'm going to put on the back screen once we've done the funny thing with the horse. I'm going to run to the loo. Shouldn't be gone too long. So it's the start of the tale of Lady Masako. Cool, and we get another upgrade. The legend grows. The people's hope. My maximum health has increased. Even better. Black powder, smoke bomb, sticky bomb, or wind chime. Black powder bombs. That's for sure. It forced us to spend that. We do need to get the last one here though, and then we can start doing everything else. Gear-wise, okay, we have bombs now. Right. Pause it real quick. Range weapon swapping. Left trigger use the directions to swap range weapons, and then. Alright, that's pause and.
Clothes ripped like the Incredible Hulk. I spit when I talk.
Hello, Amma. Welcome in. As much as I like that song. There's nowhere new for us to visit. We did find the survivor camp, and there is an undiscovered location next to it. Fast travel's currently disabled. I assume it's until I get on the horse. Okay, undiscovered location 900 meters away. As soon as I can walk, that's when I can fast travel. Right, we're going to fast travel to here, and then walk our way over to this undiscovered location. It's a fox den! Lead the way, little guy. Show me where the treasure is, little guy. Running, zooming, booming. Oh. I honor the shrine. And I've unlocked a new charm slot because of it. Can we pet this fox too? I can pet the fox. What if there's an achievement for petting every fox? I have no other charm to use, so we're gonna have to start like techniques, which is the one for charms. So Shinto shrines. So if we go map, guided target for Wind of Charms. Okay. Over there somewhere is the charms we need. There's also something down off this cliff too. I'm gonna go around, I'm gonna go over here. I can see a building over here. Come on, fellas. Yay, technique point earned. Arrows fall. Do anything for me? No? It's fine by me. Right, so we have another technique point which we're going to put into the final one for buying the vanity stuff. But we are going down to this farm first, and we are wiping out anybody that's at the farm that's evil. Farm friendly? I wanted the farm friendly? Hey, how's it going in here? You alright? You're chill? None of you appear to want to kill me, which is good. We're gonna follow the bird though. Ooh. A wandering warrior who brings terror to evil spirits. And supplies. Cool. We got a hat now. Isn't there fighting going on here somewhere? Or is it outside the farmstead? Either way, nobody at the farmstead wants to fight me, which is good. Didn't mean to do that. Where's this charm? I also can't remember how to make it so I can see the wind. Ah. I see flowers here. I want to do the charm more. Who wants to go first then, fellas? Stick boy does. You got anything? Some arrows, a little bit of food. Nothing of value. Oh, I'm guessing I'm going to have to climb to the top of this mountain to get this one. By the looks of it, yes. Oh, I like the sound of the sword going back in the sheath. This sounded so cool. The Golden Summit Shrine, which they've burnt down, so I'm going to make my way up. The path is dangerous. Tell me about the path.
武士と知っていながら俺を止めるのか。どういう了見だ。
私の役目は神社を守ること。この戦が終わった後、神のご加護を再び求めて、民が詣に来るときに鳥居がなくては困るでしょ。
今こそ加護がいる時だ。
そうですが、社への道は険しく、私も一度参ろうとしたところ、途中で死にかけました。
俺ならたどり着ける。木登りも崖登りも得意であったからな。
もし社まで行けましたら、島のためお祈りして、ご符をお持ち帰りください。身につければ、御身をお守りくださるはずです。
故郷のため役立てよう。助かった。
I want the memory charm.
対馬にある鳥居は
すべて神の社へと通じています。ご父もそこで得られることでしょう。
I see my mistake. Put me back at the beginning. I'll go again. Oh, crawling in small spaces like this. Yo. Wow. Beautiful. There's flowers there, that one. Give me the flowers. Because flowers are currency now. And so are supplies. This is the sort of stuff I like doing in games. I love this sort of stuff. I love this. It looks so good. The charm of the Kami of the sun. And one waxwood. Oh, so it's not like a charm I can actually put on. Moderate amount of health. Let's go. Charm. Mongol dog, you pet it and become an ally. Charm the unyielding. The favor. There we go. And we descend the shrine. Heavenly Strike. Whisper in the Woods. Haunted Forest. Let's go to a haunted forest. It's probably going to be like a bear that we're going to have to fight or something. It's not actually haunted, it's just got like a bear or a hog or something in it. the additionals first, and we'll focus on the big guys. I'm attacking at the same time, sucks. I need to separate them. I have nothing I can throw at them though. Give me your supplies. And give me your supplies too. And give me your kunai. And then you here, sir. Be free.
コモダの戦を生き延びたお方がいらっしゃるとは。ありがとうございました。
行け、達者でな。
どうか。
Go and be well. I'll take whatever you offer me. Where are you taking me to, little fox? Take me back into the Golden Forest. And honor the shrine. That puts us one step closer to another upgrade. And then we can pet the fox too. Oh, it's such a good little fox. Look at it hopping away, getting ready to bound away. I'm glad we managed to save that guy. He didn't just die, which is good. Hello, horse.
Yosh, Nobu.
Nobu,
This road doesn't go down. This path over here does that.
Yosh.
Bird's trying to guide us to something. Where are we going, little bird? Damn it, bird. You picked a spot the horse can't go down. Or a path the horse can't go down. Who said that? Oh, hello.
慌てるな。何があった？
家に押し入られて女房と息子がまだいるんです。
家族を置いてきたのか？
戦えるわけない。武士に見えます。
What doesn't I have? You can hear it in his voice. What doesn't I have?
助けてこよう。
Place to call home. Uh-oh. I assume this is going to be a stealth mission. Oh, I hope they're alive in here, because if they're not...
まるで気配がない。外も見るか。
Uh-oh.
干し物が濡れておる。隙を突かれたな。血まみれだ。誰か殺されたな。
Uh-oh.
ムクロは引きずられ川に捨てられたか。子供のもの。妻子ともに死んだようだ。伝えてやらねば。
Oh, okay. There's the dead mom and they can't show dead kids. That's rough.
Oh, samurai. どうでした?
Oh.
どちらも死んでおった。無念だ。
助けるとおっしゃった。俺も死ぬべきだ。家族を見捨てたんだ。
己を責めるな。二人の死を無意にするな。お主も猛虎に抗い、人を救ってやれ。
努めます。
Oh. Is there an outcome in that where I actually save the family? Charm of well-being, utility charm. And some linen. Heavenly Strike? No, we're going up here, aren't we? We're going for Wisdom in the Woods.
まだいい方だ。
あなた様を見て希望が湧きました。
The world in which I can bow to them. Ooh. Can I take this? I can't take this? Oh. Oh, I'll get up your tower. Oh, somebody at the tower wants to talk. Hi.
お侍様、ちょうど西行様のお言葉を思い出していたところです。心を清めるにはまず体を清めろとか。
里いいお方のようだな。晩年はもっぱら湯に浸かって過ごしたのだろ
う。ですが少しは特進がいきませんか。癒しの水、清めの湯気、紅葉の葉から漏れる光。戦に向けて心を研ぎ澄ますには湯に浸かるのが一番でしょう。
そうかもしれんな。湯に入りたくなってきた。
Is there one nearby? There was a bird trying to tell me there was something nearby, gear-wise. Maybe up here? Oh, there's a hot spring up here. That's what the bird was trying to tell me about. If I rest here, I get more health. Get my ass cheeks out. Reflect on Sensei.
石川先生も湯に浸かるべきだ。常に鶴のように張り詰めておられて穏やかに過ごすことはあるのか。
Maximum health increased. We need studying the resolve things as well. We need more resolve. So these are just dotted all over the place. There's loads of stuff that's going to be hidden on this map then. Like there's something not in this direction as well. There's definitely something up here. Thorn Blossom Shrine? Under the shrine? Sanctuary of Kami of Fire. Ooh. Screws through here. Grab some of this, go to here, go to here. First things first, let's grab these before we pray. Just so we don't forget. The flower and the yew wood, very useful. And then we rest here. We can actually probably get to that tree. There's probably something at that tree as well. So we'll get this and we'll try and go over there. It's one jump over, so that has to be something. Ooh. Oh, that was close. Nothing left for me here. My family is dead. My home is burnt. My hope is lost. To any who read this, keep Genzo Katsuma Komatosu Forge in your prayers. Farewell. Aww. Bella. Bonus damage roll at 50%. Oh, that's pretty good. Moderate amount of health. I get 2 big charms and 2 small charms right now. Trying to master the technique of sliding down the hill.
実に穏やかだ。かような地があるとは。
鎧を着ていらっしゃるので、てっきり人禄様かと。ようこそお侍様。
Yep, different samurai.
人禄様とは。
まさかご存知ないのですか？名のあるお侍ですよ。
合わせてくれ。そろそろ戻るか。
じきに、ぜひ夕げを共にされて、人禄様の武勲をお聞きくださいませんか。
I'll stay for food. The other side of honor.
いやいや、危うき戦であった。だが傷一つついていないぞ。ああ、お客人がいらっしゃるとは。よくぞ参られましたな。
うん。礼を言う。
He's a fake samurai.
他に生き延びた武士がおったのだな。
とても激しい戦でしたね。浜は血を吸って赤く染まり、あれは思い出したくもない光景です。
菰田におったのか。
もちろん。失礼よ。長旅でヘトヘトでして。さあ、湯へ案内させましょう。続きはその後で。
さあ、お連れいたしましょう。
人禄殿とはどのようなお方だ。
あの方がいらっしゃらなければ、今頃対馬は猛虎に乗っ取られてるって聞きました。
太刀を携えてはおらんのか。
武具は民に譲って大事な馬だけを残したとか。馬屋によりますよ。
湯は後でよい。馬を見てまいる。これはダバだ。戦向きではない。バグはよく見るものだ。この蔵は樋口殿のものだ。人禄は武士ではない。口を割らせるか。人禄はどこだ。
先ほどお出かけになられましたよ。火球の用があるようで。
探すか。
Has he took his horse? He hasn't took his horse. Oh, up here. Oh, I see him.
話がある。なぜ逃げる？止まれ！よせ！まだ間に合うぞ！殺したくはない。諦めろ。
俺が何したって言うんだ。よし、一騎打ちを申し込む。
この俺と？
はあ、やるしかねえんだ。
望みならば受けて立とう。
Not what you want to do, mate. Oh, the Kishau's Onsen. All that setup, the health bar and everything, and then it's like, no, actually, I don't want to die.
お前は武士の名を語り、その名を汚した挙句、あの女衆を騙しておったのだぞ。
分かってる。頼む。五将だから殺さないでくれ。集落には二度と戻らね
え。行け。次にその鎧姿を見かけたら容赦はないと思え。知れ者め。女衆にも知らせねば。
Man, imagine faking it to get women to be on your side. Gross. Honeys, I'm home.
酒井様、お戻りで。
So the fellow was a
武士では
scumbag.
なかった。騙されておったのだ。
ああ、聞いてしまったのですね。
知っておったのか。
害はなさそうですし、私らも退屈していたのでね。殺したのですか？
Nope,
生きて
didn't
お
kill
る。
him.
だが戻ることはなかろ
では、戦に行ったとでも広めておきましょう。あいつがいなくても楽しくやっていきますよ。
Do I get anything cool for this? Other than honor? Charms? An armor set maybe? A helmet? Ooh, a technique point. A charm, a stealth charm. Ooh, and a new gift. No, we need to go and do Whisper in the Woods. Ow. Where are you trying to take me to now, bird? You trying to lead me to my quest? The thing that I wonder, I'm not going to try it, is can I shoot the bird with the bow and arrow? Fella? Hello? What's going on here?
どうかお戻りを。この森には
侍の怨霊が住み着いております。
なぜザレ言を語る？
本当です。ここはかつて野営でしたが、今やこの森に入ったものは二度と
It's gonna be a bear that's been displaced by the war.
人も消え
Or
よ。
wolves or
ここは
something.
猛虎さえ意味嫌う。
But it can be maybe low,
ぜひ夜まで
maybe
お
low
待ちあれ。
ranking. I, yeah, definitely don't want to be doing that then.
さまよっておりますので。
Whispers in the woods. And make for a cool tattoo.
朝には怨霊の話を聞かせずに済むようになるぞ。
心からそう願っております。
迷子の牛だ。焚き火、人がおったようだ。死んだばかりだ。犯人は近いぞ。こっちへ行ったな。
おお。It's a murder forest.
人を追い払うための仕掛けか。
殺したか？ああ、一人だけだが首をはねた。この調子なら気の済むまで森を独り占めできそうだ。ああ、今じゃ猛虎も避けるからな。この地を乗っ取るためなら我慢しなきゃな。
The mission over because I didn't stealth everyone. We looked him in the eye with courage. Only cowards strikes in the shadows. Forgive me, Uncle.
あいつか？
なんてこった。なんてこった。怨霊はいた。なんてこった。怨霊はいたんだ。嘘じゃなかったのか。
You don't get to live.
いずれにせよ戦う気分じゃなかったんだ。
これで落着だ。あの男に顛末を教えてやろう。
So I got told off by my ancestors for stealth assassinating someone, but it's an option in the game that you can do. Something going on over there. Whatever. The woods are now safe. I can't believe the game told me off for that stealth kill that it let me do. You're right, I did survive the night.
これからはこう語るがよい。かつて神の森を汚す悪しき族がいた。しかしその地を守る怨霊の怒りを買うことになり、堺家の生き残りが怨霊の頼みを聞いた。
そして森から族を一掃し、怨霊は成仏することができた。良き話です。怨霊が森を守るためあなたを導いたのでしょう。
Whisper in the Woods, complete. Let's go. Hello, Kipper Man. A new location added. Hold for details. The woods. Sweet. Hello. How are you blowing today? You got more singles? Nice. Cast of Iron. The woods near the farm have been seen longer patrols than usual. Myla Melee Charm. So I could go and do the Mythic Tales for Heavenly Strike. I could go Jin's Journey. I need to go to the Golden Temple anyway. Flex the Zekrom in a shop. You're flexing it, you're bending it, they're like, yeah, that's value lost. And you're like, oh, wait. Ooh, supplies.
Sakai-sama, ご無事で。
Suzuki, that's so funny. I don't want to do the bow, I want to do the other guy, I want to do swords. Armor.
北に向かおうと思ってる。ここに逃げてきた奴らの話だと。すぐに終わるさ。乗っ取られて。島に安全な地はない。
The bird's over here is trying to tell me something, but I don't know what. Something I can get up the wall. Oh. Protects my shining fate to you, Max Charizard. You're just walking into shops flexing. I'm not here to buy anything, I'm just here to show off. And they're like, oh, okay. I'll do the upgrades in a second. The bird wants me to do something. Bird, what are you trying to show me? Something undiscovered in the area? Ooh. Oh. A hot spring. Yeah, let's get some Japanese ass on stream. Let's go. Reflecting on my mother and the next spring. We'll do my mother. You never finished Portal 2 until now. It's good, isn't it, Amma? It's really good. When life gives you lemons, you make life take the lemons back. I don't want your damn lemons! I'll burn your house down with the lemons! Bow, swordsmith, and armor. I'm gonna probably do... Oh, yeah. Burn your house down with the lemons. I love that line so much. Oh, Masako has a quest for me.
Masako殿.
Hi.
ご家族の仇について何か?
形状の中に貞夫の名を見つけた。そやつはクタの村長だ。
The Kuta Farmstead. We've been there.
家の領地。なぜ刃を向けた?
恩知らずの裏切り者だからだ。夫が奴を村長に選んでやったというのに、あろうことか恩をあだで返すとはな。あの忌まわしき夜、奴はクタから逃げたと聞いた。
あなたが生きていたからか。
I've been to that farm, so I should have stuff nearby so I can fast travel to it.
弟の八郎は能なしだ。寺の近くで食料を運ぶ姿を見かけたな。
おそらく隠れて兄に届けるのでしょう。
八郎をひっ捕らえてくれるわ。
Damn it, I just wanted to upgrade my armor. I didn't expect to suddenly be doing the Headman quest. Side quest. At least these side quests are like really, really interesting. So that I'm not too annoyed that I don't get to speak to. Wait, can I do this real quick? Wait. Damn, I need 500 supplies.
父上が死んだ夜に別れを告げたのですが、痛みは癒えました。
J.K. Simmons is very funny in everything he does.
食事は毎日とっておられるのですか？
昨日は米と魚を少し。
若い武士でも
There's a game for the Steam Deck that you can play without a Steam Deck. That is a Portal game where you have to you learn the controls, you build toilets, but it's a Portal spin-off game, an Aperture Science spin-off game, should I say? And you get to meet Cave Johnson, or his head. It's really good.
どの道を行ったのでしょう。どちらも人が通っておる。調べてみましょう。近くにおるはず。あそこにおる男。荷車を。
あれが八郎、貞夫の弟だ。
何も忘れてないんだ。あれはどこだ。あった。さてた。
動いた。
では後をつけるぞ。
So I guess correctly.
見つかるなよ。
おとなしくしていろよ。お前も餌が欲しいだろう。今日は散歩日和だな。
Little does he know we're watching. I'm watching you. I can see you. I can smell you.
先客だ。
あまり顔を出すでないぞ。
食べ物、飲み物。
Trap my food like bazoo, start, bazoo, start.
This is completely ruining this moment.
Cause you're right, start, bazoo, start. Cause you're right, start.
荷車はいい。馬を追うぞ。
Forget the wagon, we're following the horses. Azura Star.
村長の弟だぞ。マヌケに変わらん。でも奴の酒はうまいんだ。諦めろ。今日は文しか持ってないぞ。はあ。それはお前の命よりも大事だ。届け損ねれば村長に殺されてしまうぞ。サダオは家族思いだな。へえ。ろくな一族ではないぞ。いとこは族だしな。 他の村が不作になった時、騒乱が起きたことを覚えてるか。抗う村人を殺した族は誰に雇われたと思う？知ってる。
I might need to bump the price on Azura Star. Now that we're not playing Oblivion.
お前も喋りすぎると族に襲われるぞ。
You want an hour till you leave for work? Yeah, at least today's a late start. We're gonna speak with her? Okay. So we're getting into battle and defense positions.
族が固めておる。
貞夫の親族だ。 本人は中におろう。
まだわかりませぬ。
何？すぐにわかるさ。
さあ来い。
I just thought we have a technique point. Stand off streak. After you want to stand off, additional enemies will rush you. Wait until the charging enemy swings a weapon and then attack. 2 for 1. Let's go. Anybody else want to challenge me? Ow. Got him.
Mukuroに尋ねることはできませぬぞ。
中に人がおる。そやつに聞くさ。
私が話します。
We'll make him talk.
貞夫からの文、八郎が渡したもの。隠れ場。傷つけはせぬ。我が名は坂。お主は
ひな、貞夫の妻だ。
夫は濡れ衣です。犯人は猛虎に決まっております。
貞夫。
わかりません。
嘘をつくな。
お控えよ。まずここを立たねば。
館に連れて行くしかないな。
私を殺すつもりでしょう。
何も案ずることはない。
So I was looking at something on my phone. I missed all of that, but basically I think we're just keeping her alive. Or did I miss circling her? I assume she's still alive. Word of my involvement in the Hidachi massacre has gotten out. I'm sure it didn't come to you. You know the danger of talking, not only my life but yours as well. Remain hidden and silent until I send for you. Trust in my cousins, the loyalty to me, and the skill of the blade. If you meet anybody burying this mon, take your own life. Oop. Keeping her alive and your companion. Ah, okay. Cool. I literally had a notification pop up that was quite important that I had to look at. So, this game's one of those games where you can't look away. Bonus damage from 50% health or left. Killing enemies with a moderate amount of health. Double damage. Enemy detection speed by 10%. Health and healing resolve. Mongol dogs. I'm actually going to turn off the Mongol dogs one. I'm going to put on the charm. Deal bonus damage when our health is low. Damage reduction, stop us from dying. And this one we have killing people gives a minor amount of health. And yeah, that should be fine. Techniques wise, we'll go into the ghost stances and have a look at what we can do. Reduce concentration cooldown by 15%. Roll before landing to avoid damage. Where enemies by listening for deeper focus. Extra Kunai knocks down enemies struck by the shockwave of a bomb. Oh, that could be useful. We'll do the safe landing. Because we keep jumping off stuff and hurting ourselves. So to now not be able to hurt ourselves would be pretty good. What do we have here? Cast of Iron. The Husband. The Golden Temple has everything we need. We want to upgrade our sword. And our Tanto too. Can we afford anything else for here? I don't think we can now, which is good. Should we try and go to Komoda Town? Should we just travel over to Komoda Town? Or should we try and gain some more resolve, do you think? We'll make our way over to Komoda. And then we'll try resolve. These people are birds. Mongol eagles have an eye in the sky. If the eagle sees you, it will alert nearby enemies. Not enough time. Owned, and your bird too. Don't worry. You'll be free. I wonder how many times I've done this and just totally missed the person sat there praying that I could have freed. Be careful. So I'm guessing this game has a low-level honor system. So you could probably be honorable or dishonorable if you choose. Which really does make it a sucker punch game if you can do both. Like, well and truly. I pressed that one button again. I keep thinking like backspace is the map. Fight me on the bridge, idiots. Share at the bridge and everybody on it, but at least now they're not here. Is that a place we've been to up here? Or is this a Mongol camp? Just 2 Mongol camps? Fight me, idiots. You bring great dishonor to this land. I bring great honor in killing you. Smile. Old trading post. Mongol territory. Not for long. Once again, I will beat you. Ow. It's bullshit. And the leader's been killed. Let's go. And I did the bonus challenge too. You got anything on you I can take? No? I'll take my arrow out of your head though. Anybody else here? Oh, iron. And supplies. I've got max kunai. I don't think there's a lot here. Which is good, I guess? Leather. Black powder bombs, good. Finally a top up. Going through my graphic pens, F used for drawing, and one of the colours is true blue. Does that mean there's a false blue? Yes, there is. It's an off blue. For every on colour, there is an off colour that is made to make your eyes work extra hard to process it. The true blue is the one that has the positive or emotional reaction. What's going on out here?
Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Яг уу. Очиж барь. Би ч ба.
Thank you for the supplies, my man. True Blue also works really well for doing blue screens. Or chroma keying. Wait. Oh. More Mongols? I'll stand up against you. Hey fellas. You guys want to challenge me? That's fine. That's fine too. I do find it kind of weird in this game where it's like we go around, we kill all these guys, we find that they've killed somebody in like on a path, and then we're just like happy to take their stuff. Like it's like somebody's died because these guys wanted the supplies. Uh-oh. I'll stand off. I like my odds. I have black powder bombs. I just get to kill a big guy straight off the bat. Smooth. But you can kill the animals, but you can't take the supplies from them. I guess I haven't got to that part of the game yet. I assume that there'll be a point where I can start. Oh, it's Predator. Oh, wait. They're not predators. Oh, I probably just brought great shame upon my family, didn't I? By doing that one. Oh my god, it literally just like... That's my leg! Predator hides. New resource. There we go. And Samurai Clan clothes can now be upgraded. I see the 2 flowers. I want the 2 flowers. Blue's really good for chroma keying. Depending on what you need to do. Green's perfect. Because your skin doesn't actually have any green in. If you are more tanned, blue is great. Because you can't see the natural blue tones that go into white. For it to be filtered out. So my camera right now makes my room look very, very... Uh-oh. I'd rather let them all die to it first. Oh. Yeah, green is easier. It's because it's. I don't feel bad. And then just suffering too. Lots of bears in this area. Oh, is there a shrine in here? It is green. Yeah, it's a lot of people understand chroma keying. They say they understand it as green screening and not chroma keying. But it's a chroma is the color, and then keying is specific like key. Oh, I didn't even have to follow you to find this one, little guy. I did it on my own without you because I'm smart. And there was bear. Good little guy. I have like a mix, depending on, obviously, like for my little Fugi character. When I turn them on, I use blue on that because the character's green. Like, it wouldn't make sense to use green. Like, obviously, if you're working with a lot of green color, you then switch to blue. Stand off. Come on, fellas. Let's do this one again. I haven't got a lot of resolve, but I'm pretty sure by killing 2 guys, I'll get a lot of stuff back. And I get to save this old lady as well. And who's your mate? Who's your mate? Come on. Oh, look at that. Consider yourself rescued. The Catalyst model I use at the background green says, yeah. This is for me. Thank you, my lovely. You're all saved. You're all safe now. More supplies. Half bar upgrade. Let's go. Kunai. And more gear. Oh! It's paying up to be a samurai in this part of town. You guys wanna as well? How did that other person die then? I didn't even, you know. Should I have done this as a stealth one? Because they hit them and then they just both. Oh, probably should have done it as a stealth one then, shouldn't I? Which way am I going? I guess I want to go left. The bird's back! And it's telling me to climb this thing because there's probably a hot spring up there, which will increase my health. Which means now I need to start doing my resolve. But here we get to see more ass. Is there a hot spring? Komoda? The white dye merchant. You're a white dye merchant? Hey, I want to steal his flowers. Is that any way to greet a visitor? I love this in front of this. This is a good camera angle. Oh, that's funny.
ですが、上学の雪のごとく美しい白に染め上げることができます。十分な素材をお持ちくだされば、あなた様の表具を冬の神のごとく白く染めましょう。
White like death itself. Wicked.
粉雪のように白くきらめくことでしょう。十分な素材がなければ美しい白い色を出せません。
What about the god of thunder?
助かった。
どうぞ日向をおすすめください。
Can I change the dye on the fly? I wonder, or do I have to go to somebody to do this? I can change it on the fly. Oh my god, I look so cool. Oh my god, I look so cool. Oh my god. I can't wait to get so much blood on this clothing. Wait. Oh, that last one was rough. So, left bumper AY, left bumper AYA, left bumper AY. This is hard. Left bumper AY, left bumper AYA. Oh. So close. It's that last A. Woo! Got it. Sheesh. Extra. Needs to do 2 more strikes for more. Oh, okay. The bug wants me to go somewhere. Oh, there's a flag down here. Another banner. Another collectible. I'm pretty sure that one of these two down here is the town I want to go to, and one of them looks like it's on fire, so... Oh, that landing is so cool now. I don't take full damage for certain jumps. Oh, I did on that one, but, you know. Maybe I timed it wrong. Maybe I timed that one wrong too. Who knows? Let's go down here first. This seems like a town that maybe I won't be able to go into because I'm not ready story-wise. Oh, I tell you though, this stream's making me want to go for the moon. Doesn't really seem like there's a safe path down here. Is there anything in here? There isn't. Where's the bird trying to lead me? This is the time we started, isn't it? I've lost the bird. I can't see the bird anymore. Alright, I'm following the bird. Oh, hello. I keep doing it double. So it's bam, 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 bam. So there we go. Slightly closer to more resolve.
安則はあまり飢えてないよな。なんでだ。あいつは人手なしのクズ野郎だからだよ。飯を食うためなら盗みも殺しも厭わないんだ。
A baby.
酒井様。
A baby.
雅子様が菰田の浜の方へ馬で駆けて行きました。
足立殿とご子息が亡くなった地だ。
浜には猛虎がはびこっていると聞きます。雅子様の身が心配です。
猛虎の身の方が心配だ。だがそうだな。助立ちに参ろう。
So she's gone riding to the beach here. A legend storyteller is here.
神は至るところにおわします。そして我らを見て声を聞いているのだ。
飯を分けたらみんな飢え死にしちまう。
I'm pretty much gonna spend my entire time, I think, running across Japan. Because it's way more interesting to run through this game than to, like, ride a horse, I think. It's a lot more chill. Is this still a Mongol town, or is this an us town? Oh, it's a Mongol town. Hey fellas, hope you're ready to die today. Because I'm ready to kill. Right, and you coming for your mate too? Who else would like to fight me here?
Ready? Your sky!
Leader killed. Anybody else? Anybody else want to try and fight me here? Going for the head. Hit him in the neck. Sorry ladies about that, just had to deal with some scum that was hanging about the place.
Termun Baistarla, Arjin, Ternigali.
Any more left in the village? Any in here, maybe? No in there. Since I catch more by foot, yeah, definitely encountering more people by foot. Come on then. Come on then, bud. Come on then. Where's your mate? Where's your mate too? Oh, there's a bow and arrow somewhere here. I see him. Oh, I got them both with the kunai. That was wicked. The katana's got an available upgrade now. Is this place cleared? I'm gonna guess based on these guys stood here. The answer is no. Oh, I hit myself with that one. Is this place mine yet? I stealthed my way through it and now I'm just doing the open active fighting stuff, but like, is it mine yet? Or is it just permanently going to be Mongol territory until I find... It's completed. Oh, there we go. Done. There we go, we freed the place. That took way longer than I thought it would be. Maybe I just had to go into the map at one point. Maybe because I was hunting for people. Hey, let me guess. The game wants me to find another fox shrine? Oh no, there's another shrine just out in the open there. Is there also a hot spring to the left? No, that's not a hot spring. I bet this is really pretty during the day. What is this? Oh, this is what my question mark's going to. Oh, a pillar of honor. Vanity gear. Warrior who celebrates the shadows. Oh, that goes hard. This also goes hard.
A free monkey. What?
Echo_universe is now following.
Yeah, thanks for the follow, Echo. Let's see. What have we got collections-wise? Nothing I need to worry about. I've got one upgrade to do. B to roll. Oh, extinguishing burns too. Or parry arrows. Parrying arrows might be useful. Parry an unblockable attack from a Mongol. Attacks marked by blue glint are to be parried. Let's see. Let's see. Bam, bam, and then. Okay. That one's gonna be useful for now. Right, let's go and see where Mamma Mia is on the beach. Tales of a Hot Mama's Peace. Let's go. I doubt there's gonna be any Mongols left here. But it's worth exploring anyway in case there's any cool stuff left behind. This could be a difficult one for Jin to come in. You're welcome. No problem. You know, thanks for following. I appreciate it. It puts us closer to our goal of 300 followers. I never thought I'd be hitting 300 followers this year. But then, you know, I decided properly streaming again in December. So I really had no expectations when I came into this. I didn't really want affiliate at first either, and then it was like I only want it for the tools. So here we are. We're getting 2K streaming, so we're getting the best quality stream that we can put out. And I'm having a fun time. This game is goddamn gorgeous. It was such a shame we're going to have to wait so long between playing this one and the next one. I'm going to follow into TikTok, yeah. And I don't use a lot of other social media. I used to, but Twitter getting, you know, being twittered the way it was, and TikTok's aggressive algorithm for getting you addicted and hooked to it. Instagram's just doing Instagram things. I'm just, you know.
Masako-dono!
Jin! 助立ち感謝する
And you're suffering. And give me your supplies. I want the kunai. How's it going? It's going good. It's going good. Yeah. Just... Hi. She's just like, what the hell, man? I was having a fun fight. You just threw a bomb at them all.
何をしておいでですか?
家族を探しておる夫は見つかったのだが二人の息子がまだ
対馬の武士らしいお働きでした
最後の地を知らぬか
いえ戦は混乱を極め
The battle was chaos.
叔父上を見失うほどでした手伝わせてください
See, I want to post more clips to Blue Sky, but I want to automate, like, posting a clip when I go live, or remember to do that, like taking a Twitch clip or something, or doing like an intro video for Blue Sky. I just don't remember to. I love Blue Sky, and I love regular posting. I don't have anything fun to post on there at the moment. I'm not making anything or doing anything that I actually want to post on there. Though, my double post about going to the cinema got, like, some decent interaction. What I'd class for decent interaction on Blue Sky, because it's not that big. Well, I'm not shilling my Blue Sky either because I don't exactly want people to be like. You can engage with me on there if you wish, but overall, you know, just a social media site.
Ah, だがなぜ一人落ち延びようとしたのか?
Also, it's very funny on the Discover page for Blue Sky just how many gay men are posted on that Discover page. It's really funny.
皆忠義を尽くしたか?
Yeah, I've been on the internet a long time, so I'm pretty well versed in dealing with the crap you can get for dealing with internet comments. I have a feeling I've just gone the wrong way. More banners? Oh, there's banners here.
Masako dono, kochira e. Adachi no hata.
Two Adachi banners. Anybody here? Twitter's just literally gone off the deep end. It really has. Just like the amount of people that are still on Twitter just because it is now a hectic, chaotic place. It reminds me ever more that like 4chan.
菊池家の旗。こやつは見たことがないが、姉の夫も仕えていたが。
兄君も近くにいらっしゃるはず。探しましょうか。
今は息子らを探すのが先だ。
Blue Sky's pretty good, but it's a weird mix because a lot of people are jaded from Twitter and they're going on there and being like, "Well, Blue Sky's boring." I was like, yeah, that's like has a lot of social media. It's supposed to be fun content, not just relentless and continuous off-the-cuff content. Wacky. People constantly looking for dopamine hits on social media by doing the most unhinged stuff or saying the most unhinged things to get viewers.
Like,
you shouldn't be like chasing after that sort of stuff, and it's happening in the streamer world. The constant one-upness of content that streamers are doing right now is needing to do more drastic and wild things. Blue Sky right now feels like Twitter when I first joined, where if you get you could get a celebrity to reply to you because it's that small. That's how it feels. Like I was on Twitter not long after it first opened. So I've been there for the start. I was under it with Jack, and now it was under Elon. I was like, I can't be doing this. I'm not committing to this. I am so against Instagram and Facebook. I only use Facebook simply to keep in contact with my friends because they won't switch to WhatsApp. And for people's birthdays and stuff like family who don't care about the same issues that I care about. So that's why. Instagram I had to stop using because it was... Oh, that's a shame. I'm going to pause that for a second when we talk about this. Instagram I had to stop using because it was constantly showing me people's perfect lives, every cool thing they were doing, very attractive people, and as a young man that made me very jaded. Like, it was giving me such self-esteem issues that I was like, I realised, because I'm very self-aware at times, I was like, oh my god, I can't be doing this. I can't be thinking the things I'm thinking by using a website or an app. So I closed it. I got rid of it completely. It was worth it. It's such a... anything under those people, that's crazy. So I just had to go. It had to go. Better for my mental health to have that go and to become a better person. I don't hide the fact that, like, between the ages of like 16 to 21, I wasn't great online. That was 7 years ago, and I've learned. I went into the working world and learned and changed a lot since then. My Facebook algorithm's trying to do that whole here's attractive people stuff again, but I keep telling it I want to see more of Dropout TV instead, and it's like, oh, there's not much hot Dropout TV content, so we'll just show you Dropout TV content on Pokemon. I'm like, thank you. Curating it as hard as I can. Really curating that one as hard as I can, telling it I don't want to see stuff. Really hardcore rejecting a lot of things on there to make sure that I'm getting exactly what I want. But it shouldn't need to be such a challenge to use social media to have it be in a way that you want it to be. It just... Why does it have to be so hard? There's no reason for it, you know? In an age of AI, you'd have thought they'd make it really easy to tailor the content you want to see and adjust, and you can live make the adjustments for the content like levels you want to see. But you can't. They control it because then if you don't have that control, they can squeeze ads into it every time you look at something, or filter you content that they know is going to gain them monetary benefits because it's the currently hot topic. So. It doesn't need to be as difficult as it is. And they make it difficult on purpose so that they can get money out of you. Or get time out of you. I want to be able to block arrows at some point. I think it'd be really cool. God, she's so good. They won't make it easier. AI. It's super being used to destroy the creativity. Yeah. They really are just like going all out on AI for just like speaking creativity purposes and not actually. There's a lot, like AI in a lot of areas is getting a lot of work, but the one that makes the common people a lot of money is turning off their ability to think freely. Oh yeah, that unblockable thing. You remember that? Hey, big boy, come on then. I'll take you on. Oh, it's gonna be a tough one. Oh, you'd have thought, but no. And here goes the leader. Ooh, your leader's gone, fellas. That's it, they're all gone. Take all the supplies I can from all of you. One dead down here too, I love that. AI's use, like, the actual important use for AI for, like, businesses happening behind the scenes, quietly taking a lot of jobs without people realizing. Everything else, when it's like AI creativity, is removing the free thinking capabilities of people by removing their ability to generate or make things, or trying to push them to stop making decisions themselves. Therefore, they're easily able to be switched. Depends on what you watch. Like, my Instagram feed is about gamer because I've liked some of the posts in the past and get rid of it. Say every post I'm not interested in. Let the algo change the feed, but it takes so much longer to clear it as well. Social media belongs to the same enterprise. One thing yeah, that is, don't worry about it, Echo. That's pretty good. Yeah, you like it on Instagram, it carries over to Facebook, and then next thing you know, you're on Threads, and you're seeing that sort of stuff recommended, and it consumed you. Amazon does the same with its tracking. You buy something, and then it's advertising the thing you've bought to you, like you should buy it again. No. Or you search for something online, and then Amazon suddenly cramming it down your throat because you were curious about how, maybe you wanted to buy a gift for somebody else, and then turns out, no, you're just now swamped by that sort of stuff. But, yeah, wacky stuff. They really want to take away your ability to freely think by making it so it can form opinions for you, so you don't have to form opinions of your own. So they don't have to worry about you then becoming a dissident, somebody who wants to go against the status quo, somebody who challenges that sort of free thinking. They take away that and they make all the art generate and create in ways that they like, and they can tell you exactly the things they don't want you to generate. Then, you know, screw you.
二人が元服した後も世を明かすことを許さず呼びに参ったものよ。
母を亡くしてから恋しかったのは私を呼ぶ声でした。
母君は安らかに眠っておる。安心しろ。志村殿を救出する折には私に知らせろ。
The last solution seems to use ChatGPT are losing the ability to think for themselves because AI is giving them all the answers, the wrong answer. Yeah. A lot of teachers have started doing a thing where they'll get ChatGPT to... They'll be like, right, you can use ChatGPT for this assignment. You can do exactly that. But your actual assignment is, if you use ChatGPT, you need to tell me why it is wrong. So you get it to do the information for you. It can write your report, but you need to tell me where it was wrong, and you need to correct those sorts of things. Because if you give me and it's incorrect, and I know you failed. If you go in and use ChatGPT and it's incorrect, but you can tell me that actually this was generated by ChatGPT, but this was incorrect. Actually, this is this and this and this. You're encouraging them to use it as a tool to start the essay, and then using their own free thinking ability to go and research why it was wrong and fact check it, what it's putting out, and detail what that. But yeah, literally my apprentice, most of his work was like a lot of his documentation and stuff that he was doing for his apprenticeship was guided by the person who does his apprenticeship stuff with, oh, just ChatGPT it. Get ChatGPT to like tidy it up, make it neater. So he was using it all the time for stuff, and he was asking it questions about how to do stuff that he didn't need to be asking it. Smoke bomb, sticky bomb, or wind chime. Sticky bomb is. So there was times where you'd ask him something and he'd be like, I don't know, I'm gonna go ask ChatGPT, and it's like, you don't need to. You really don't need to. It's things you can Google yourself. You can get the answer to that real quick. Kunai or sticky bombs? Sticky bombs it is. The half boat also is due an upgrade. And we got a charm. A fortunate return. To switch ghost weapons. While holding right trigger, you use the arrows to switch ghost weapons. Ah. Ah, I see. Let's go to the top of the tower. If we can. Wait for the day that somebody asked ChatGPT how to open a bottle. Yeah. I mean, you know, there's certain things where asking it simple, basic things that you don't understand, and it being able to generate that information for you really quickly on the fly, I do see a benefit to that sort of stuff. Like, how do I put up a shelf? Is something I don't necessarily know how to do. Well, what tools do I need to put up a shelf? And it goes, you need screws, you need a drill, and you need wall plugs. And you're like, why do I need wall plugs, and how do I use wall plugs? And then it's like, well, first you drill the screw into the hole, then you unscrew it from the hole, then you put the wall plug in, and then you screw the thing that you want to put into the wall back into the wall. Hello, Abby! How are you? We're talking about AI. We're covering advanced topics. Topics relevant to my field and also a very interesting one, so... There's somebody who's on the foreground of the next generation constantly to see how they're adapting and using these tools and the encouragement they get in different areas. Mongolians, a trapper, a gift available, and everything else there. Cool. AI is fun. Is that sarcasm, or is that you actually enjoy using it because it makes your life a lot easier? Because there's so many different stances to how it can be used. A lot of it is very personal preference. I'm doing good. I am samuraiing. Ghost says hi. Hi, Ghost. Let's make my Kanto better. And then let's see. Is that all I can do? That is all I can do right now. What can I do over here? Trapper, 4 upgrades available. Let's go see Trapper. God, the fast traveling is so fast in this. I love it. Oh, you can tell when a game's optimized. Hey guy, range capacity upgrades. Let's see. Arrows, black powder bombs. Predator hide. Oh, wait. Kunai. Oh, it's all... ammo and resources. Can I buy? Oh, okay. Do I do arrows or do I do black powder bombs? I think I definitely need more. It goes up to 3 though. Kunai, really good. We'll do kunai. Thanks, bro. Right, where to next? Where's main? These are main story, I think. Jin's Journey. These are side stories, Mythic Tales. So I should go and do a cast of iron here. We should fast travel here and go over. Oh, it's so fast. And the wind blows this way. So many things about this game I really, really like. Like the wind leading you in the direction you need to go. So cool. Hey guys, you see some Mongolians down here? You ready to see some Mongolians die to a white death? White death because of my clothes, not because of me being a white person. Hey! Stop attacking these people! Go on then. Come on then. Go on then. That's what I thought, buddy. Where's your friend now? Oh, look at that. Ooh, look at that. Kunai. Oh, sticky bomb. Sticky bomb. Sticky bomb. Ah. Are they all done? They're all done. Satisfaction to the max. Yeah, it's so good. Give me the... Sorry, I did also maybe strike you once. It wasn't on purpose. Yeah, don't give sticky ones to me. I'll just throw them at people. Catch! Samurai clan armor upgrade. Oh my god, already? Well, we're just continuing this direction anyway, so we just run this direction, see what we can find. Hydrate? I have nothing to drink right now, unless I go and get a glass of water. I'll hydrate my character and I'll go and fill up my glass with water. We'll sit in the stream, and you guys hang out for a second. Hello, Light. Don't need to go get water. I have, on my desk, a can of cider. Sorry, ladies and germs. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'm having a bevy. You know what? Wait. Let's go. Let's go. Getting bevied. Oh, good froth on that one. Could do with some ice. Feels a bit warm. Always good when you go to walk off to get water and find out you've got cider on your desk. Chin chin. That has most certainly been sat there way too long. Ugh. Have we been to this gravesite yet? Stand off. You guys are hanging out in a graveyard? Do you want to know what Chin Chin isn't? Chin Chin, she cheers. Come on, fella. Come on, big guy. Ow. Stop poking me with your damn big long stick, mister. What does chin chin mean in Japan? Because what I'm actually supposed to do is tap my glass to the desk or tap something to the desk. Oh, is there a cricket somewhere here? Ah! I can hear it, a singing cricket. Thought chin chin was just a thing that French does for cheers before drinking. Don't know you use it as well. I use it because I know it's French. It's not specifically just an English thing we do. It's just a thing. It's appropriating somebody else's culture, but in a good way. Kanpai. Kanpai. I always wonder how it was spelled. Kanpai. You're like Kanpai. Hey up, fella. Hiya. Chin chin.
くるくると回る鳥の群れを見つけて不意に行ってみたんです。それは美しい場所で時が過ぎるのを忘れるほど眺めておりました。
そうしたひとときは救いになるな。我らのような武士も戦の前には景色を楽しみ和歌を読むことがある。
和歌には戦に向けて心身を整える効果があるとか本当でしょうか？
いかにも。だが武士でなくとも和歌は読めるぞ。
I just thought I had a big plan to start the stream. I was going to do my dailies. Why is he upset under here? There's nothing under here. Oh, he's just praying on the floor. That was a really weird interaction me and that man just had. I'm just going to pretend like it didn't happen. The bird's back. It's whistling at me. It's trying to tell me places to go again. I can't see it, but I can hear it. There we go, I found it. There it is. Hey, birdie. The best to get the home. Hey, what's going on here? What's going on down here? Down the hatch? Yeah.
手を組むアキュードがいます。そいつが持ってる通行証を家族と奪おうとしたんですが、万兵に返り討ちにされ。
それには命をかけるほどの価値があるのだな。
通行証があれば誰でももう
Down the hatch, drink up.
なく自由に
道を通れます。
役に立ちそうだ。
ええ、その通りで。アキュードの荷車は道の先に残ったままです。
俺が代わりに見つけてこよう。お主らは休んでおれ。
Yes, tend to your wounds. The cost of iron.
気をつけて、すでに兵が集まっているはずです。
Time to find this cart. The wind's decreed that the cart's down here somewhere. I've left the bird behind. There must be something in there that the bird wants me to look at. I'll be back, bird. Anybody here that wants to attack me? No sign of the merchant. Arrows are full there. Return to the search area. Oh, there's more to look at, like the dead guy. Hey, buddy. Lots of arrows. Fire still fresh. Oh, it's this guy. Mongols? They fought the man who I spoke with. Oh. Yeah, get it down is very British. Very British. Get it down here. Best I get the cart. Uh oh, running off. Uh-oh. Come on then. Come on then. Kunai. Kunai. Anybody else want to try? Ow. 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 Kunai. And kunai. That's what I thought. Thank you. Anybody else got anything for me to have? Arrows for lots of arrows. Nothing else. Right, we're going back to where the bird wants us to go to now, which is good. So would you believe it, as a dyslexic, words and writing are not my strong suit, so having an English class in my stream is not really what I expected today, whilst playing a Japanese themed, made and styled game. I'm dyslexic in spelling and in writing and in some reading. They came back and destroyed the place? Bastards! Please, my lord.
通行証を持ったアキュードを助けてください。実は弟なんです。なんだと？通行証を奪おうとしたのも全てカメのためでした。猛虎に加担したのであれば許してはおけん。
If you told the Mongols he deserves to die. No, he's a good man. He's just mistaken.
無事かはわからぬが、探してみよ
う。お願いします。
Kanpai! There's one of them's here somewhere.
兵は後を残しておるはずだ。
Oh, hello. Is this what the bird wanted me to do or see? I don't think it was. Return to the tracks. Where the hell are the tracks? Oh, I was looking the wrong way? They are going this way. They're going this way? Okay. A handsome dyslexic, definitely not a dyslexic teacher. I'm not qualified for that.
脇にそれた。
Oh, great timing, game. Thanks for the bear, and I can't heal out of it, so the bear's just gonna kill me, or has killed me. Great time. One of my attacks is terrible aim. Yeah, you know. Playing with a controller, my aim is terrible. Playing with PC, it's not much better. Oh, for God's sake, it's still here. No. And die. Gotcha. Give me your hides. Tee hoo hoo. Gotcha, bear. Track the Mongols? More like track the mongrels.
アキウドはあの中におるはず。
Oh, here I go, killing again. Kunai. Kunai. Yeah, that's what I thought. Get out of here, suckers. There's still enemies here? Oh, don't worry, I'll sort them out. Gotcha! Oh, yeah, that actually someone just goes kunai before throwing it on. But he's thinking every time you use it, yeah.
ありがとうございます、お侍。
礼などいらぬ。猛虎に加担しておると聞いたが。
奴らが約束し
He's
たん
having
で
a
す。
lot of fun as he's throwing them.
物資を運べば家族は見逃すと。
兄は死んだ。
What are the kind of people? Kunai!
お主の
Kunai!
通行証を奪おうとしておった。
そんな、あのバカ。道理で俺が疑われたわけだ。通行証など持ってません。あれには運び手の名が彫られてるんです。
他のものは使えないのか。もう行け。また猛虎と手を組んでみろ。
その前に殺される。それより家族が気がかりですが、顔向けはできません。
He has nothing.
なんてことをどうすればいい？
Are you going to commit seppuku? Are you going to commit seppuku? Oh, my job here is done. No seppuku today. Offensive charm. Ooh, if a game makes someone do that naturally, that yeah, it's a very fun game. Out of that back. Anybody else? Any more I can pull out of you? Nope, it's all full. Give me your supplies. What do you got on you? Nothing. Right. So that side quest is done. Charm. A minor range charm. So we have an armor upgrade for the samurai armor. Ambush strike done. Shall we try and find another? What should we find? A fox, a charm, health, resolve. We'll do resolve. The winds of resolve are telling us to go this way. Like a fart in the wind. So, How would we go about writing a haiku to describe each stream? Like a descriptive haiku after each stream to describe the stream. I'll challenge you all. I don't care. Go on, then. Yeah, send the little man. Watch him get slaughtered. And then his mates. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, sorry, bud. You didn't think you were going to walk away from that, did you? Seriously? A half-boat upgrade? Let's go! Another half-boat upgrade. It looks like there's stairs over here. This could be to a shrine, or this could be to resolve. Let's find out. The stairs to nothing, but there's a path I can climb here. Marked lightly by stains of chalk. I'll add, but you know. No, we don't need to go down. We're going up. The resolve thing was up here. Oh, the forest is on fire over there. Oops, that doesn't look too good. Oh, it's a fox shrine! It's not even the thing I thought it was. Alright, where are you, Foxy? Do I not get to pet the fox on this one? Where is it? Oh, what the hell? Where the fox at? The fox didn't stay in the area. I've also gone the wrong way. The fox turned up for this and then was like, nah, bro. You got what you need. You came here for. Bye. Bye, Felicia. How do I get down here from here? I see the... Oh, it's the deer, not a fox. You can go this way. Oh. Maybe we could have tapped B then, we could have rolled off the edge, it'd been fine. Way. Oh, look at this. Burnt pasture. Ooh. Oh. Hey, can I have my kunai back? I didn't mean to throw them. Oh. No damage to any flowers done then. The bird's trying to tell me something. Is the thing to test my resolve here, bird? Or am I going to be fighting Mongols here, bird? Oh, it's right there. I can see it. Completely pressed the wrong starting button. Yep, I read it wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Gotcha. Furthering my resolve.
Moshi, あなたもアザモ勢のご家政に？
聞いたことがないな。
百姓と漁師が猛虎と戦うために結託したのです。私は稽古を任されました。
それは勇ましいな。稽古の守備はいかに。
それが時を過ぎても誰も現れず、探しに参ろうかと。
どこをいたそう。
Have you been to Japan? No, I haven't been to Japan. It's too far away for what I'd be comfortable to travel on my own currently. Maybe one day. I just don't know how I'd fare in Japan. I'd struggle really well with a lack of like proper knowledge and understanding of a different place. Like translator apps are all good and well, but finding out other information very difficult. Like recently I pushed my boundaries by going to a part of the Netherlands that isn't like actively English speaking, and that was a fun challenge. It was very interesting to try and manage that. I think Japan is like completely way out of my scale without going with a bunch of people. And it costs a lot of money. It costs a lot of money that I don't have. Kunai! Kunai! The boss we can still go friends. Yeah, it's just finding people that like my real life friends aren't likely to go to Japan anytime soon.
まだ救える命はある。あの音、野営が見つかったやもな。
助けに行かなくては。お急ぎください。
待て。
Keep up with the woman. I've never been able to do that in my life. You expect me to start now in a video game? If I was to go to Japan, it would take 2 years of planning and saving up, probably. Like, it wouldn't be something I could just do. Oh no.
救えぬ者もいる。
ならば仇を討つまで。
戦の前は心を静めろ。待て。
Hey, Mongolians! Big shield boy out the way. Good eye. Yeah, I don't see you hiding up here. Arrow boy. Kunai! Yeah! You leave my woman alone. Only me and I shall defeat her. My sword is the sword of revenge, so someone's most important weapon is himself. Lose control and you risk defeat. You should return home. Yes. Keep fighting. More lessons. Good horse. I just had a very interesting message from somebody. Horror hall. You need to buy a laptop or similar to project to a screen. A HDMI camera camera sample. Set speakers and 2 room. Oh, sorry, I gotta find the name of a company real quick. So it's a fairly important message I've just been asked. So I just thought I'd have to give somebody an answer now rather than later because I'd seen it, and what I'm recommending they are really good for. So hire equipment for lighting, audio and video, weddings, installations, exhibitions, site services, do all sorts. Conferences, yeah. Oh, get rid of that. A stealth charm. And a new legend storyteller. Neat. Right, where to next? Should we go to the farm? We could do another one of this. What have we got here? Oh, it was a short bow. We want to go to the bower and get the short bow upgraded. Cool. That seems to be all sorted, and they can advise on purchasing. That's fine. Oh, nothing here. I don't know why I decided to try and go to the gift altar. Half bow, upgrade, purchase, stronger. Right. So it's rumoured that she's here. We have a Mythic Tales for the Heavenly Strike here. So we might as well just go here and go and see her then. At the estate. The husband.
Jin, 来たか?
Hiya.
政子殿、裏切り者の所在は聞き出せましたか？
聞こうとしても、あの女メソメソと泣きよってな。
仕方ありません。
責めたくもなるわ。
Can you blame her? I'm starting to.
ワコードの魅力で落としてみるか?
Maybe a young samurai will charm her.
お待ちを。
I hear there's a crying lady in here looking for a stud muffin.
酒井様、
My lord.
雅子様に殺されてしまいます。目を見ればわかるのです。
お主の無事は受け合おう。手を貸してくれるなら。
知ってることはすべて話しました。
八郎が文の運び手ならば、どこかで貞夫と会うだろう。うかうかしておったら政子殿に先を越されるぞ。
どうかお助けください。
そのためには俺が二人を見つけねば。まずは隠れ家だ。心当たりは？
Come on, lady.
考えてみます。
忘れてはならぬぞ。貞夫は人を殺したのだ。すぐに戻る。
それで
I nearly poured my cider all over my desk then because I was looking at where I was put my glass down.
隠れ家を思い出させておるところです。
何を見返りに？
歩きましょ
う。声が届かぬ場所までな。
We're gonna walk away, we're gonna come back, she's gonna be dead.
貞夫を助けるとヒナに話しました。
できぬ約束をしよって。
ヒナの信用を得たかったのです。
嘘をついたのだな。
救えるならば救いましょう。嘘ではない。
失敗したらどう弁明するのだ。
貞夫の罪は深く、政子殿の裁きに物申す気はないと。
館のあらゆるものが家族が死んだ夜を思い出させる。
父の亡き後、私も里から離れました。家は少しの間で朽ちてしまいます。
これはもう我が家ではない。身内が殺された忌まわしき地だ。孫は人形を握ったまま。
Little hands are holding toys!
姉が巻いていた金色の帯にくるまって冷たくなっておった。私はもう誰も守れぬ。復讐に囚われた身ではな。
Wow, she's the next Avenger. See her in Doomsday.
音楽が懐かしい。
なんと
よくここで孫と一緒に曲を奏でたのだ。新しい季節を迎えるたびに。もう二度と聞くことができぬとはな。
Push right to play the flutes. Oh. There we go. Would have won quicker, yeah. There's so much stuff in this game. So many little things. Jim playing the flute, he has to practice in the AW.
礼を言う。やめて、来ないで。館へ急げ。
I knew it. I knew it. I knew that she'd get attacked. I knew she'd get attacked. We left her alone. They've broken in. They've taken her. We have to rescue her. Press X to play the kazoo. Oh, see.
ヒナ。
視覚を捉えるぞ。急げ。
辺りを調べよ
う。Gotta look around.
足跡があるはず。こっちだ。
This way. Well, I guess now we get to torture her killer too.
なぜヒナが狙われた？
貞夫から遠ざけるためであろう。
すべて筒抜けであったか。
我が館に向かう道中で姿を見られたからな。
あえて見せたのでは？おとりに使ったのですね。
貞夫が来ると踏んだのだ。
なぜ黙っていたのですか？
言えば止めたか？
守ると約束したのです。
I lost track of the feet then. Oh, it's here. This direction. I love the wind to sort of direct you backwards to make sure you don't stray too far off your path. Oh, okay, back this one.
足跡は一人分。視覚は一人で乗り込んだのか。ヒナが死んだ今、生け捕りにせねば。
So no kunai is all I'm hearing.
俺はここだ。
助けて。
殺させるものか。
Come on then, fella. Come on then. Come on then. Come on then. Kunai!
こんなところで死にたくない。侍。血が止まらない。助けて。
God, it's so much easier with two people. You can just mess them up all the time.
ハチロウ、サダオの弟だな。
なぜヒナを殺した？
逃がそうとしたんだ。だけど兄さんのために固くなに動こうとせず、そしたら叫ばれて、だから仕方なく。
Didn't mean to.
悪いが兄さんを裏切るつもりはない。
Didn't mean to kill her? How do you not mean to kill her?
死んではならぬ。あやつの居所を吐け。
政子殿。ヒナは無駄死にでした。
犯人は我が一族を皆殺しにしたものだ。諦めてなるものか。
八郎は文を届けていた。もしかすると。
何かあったか。
Map belonging to Hachi Brother Sado, the headman of the Kuta farmstead. It details the supply routes that she travelled. Ooh, ambush on the supply route.
野営に食料を運んでおったのか。サダオがいずれかに隠れておるやもな。一番近い野営のまとめ役に話を聞け。この地図の意味がわかるはずだ。
あなた。
ヒナを埋めてやる。せめともの情けだ。後ほど野営で会おうぞ。
So, go camp? The husband. Oh, gift to the nearest altar. I'll travel here. The traitor, I get a samurai clan armor die. If I go up here, I really don't know what I want to do. Do I do some more story? Major legend increase? A major increase and the Ronin's attire. Wait. We haven't been to the forge yet. So we make our way to the forge. We'll go to the forge, then we'll go and get ourselves the attire. That'd be cool. I was thinking about this game is it's not like you get ambushed randomly by some random thing. It's like you can walk up and see what's going. Oh, hey, oh, ooh, ooh. Right, swell. Sorry for speaking, game. I guess. Come on, fellas. You know you want to challenge me. You know it's all you've waited for all your life. Oh, I messed up. I'm out of everything. Sorry, I just look at everything. I just realised I'm out of like, everything. That was cool. Those aren't the supplies I need, but I'll take them. Let's have a look at our charms real quick. Charm of Unyielding. Destruction. Charm of Advantage. Ghost weapons deal 20% more damage. Hidden Sight. Enemies stop hunting you faster. Oh, at some point enemies going to be hunting me? Cool. There's a cool bridge here with a bunch of Mongolians on the other side of it. Show me a skill, idiots. Sorry fella, I saw some kunai I need to collect. I have black powder bombs right now? How do I have black powder bombs but I can't use them? Throwing? Oh. It's sticky bombs I don't have. Most of my life, my lord. Thanks. Is it kunai? Please be kunai. No? Oh, I'll take some resolve. I saw the bird fly off this way. I can hear the bird, but I can't see the bird. Whatever the bird's trying to show me. Do you want to show me a survivor camp? Oh, it's trying to tell me about this. A fearsome warrior.
奴は重則の試練一戦について教えろとわめいていました。答えを得られぬと知るや、怒りに任せ切りつけたのです。
答えとは何だ？
見当もつきません。
語りを聞かせろ。狙いを見定める。
対馬に人の移り始めるほど異様な雷と大風島を襲い蹴り、雷の朽ちたる土より稲妻の獣いでたり、獣さが荒ければ里にて暴れ破壊の限りを尽くす。早くて防ぐことをあたわず、かの稲妻の獣を果たしあたう者あらば重則のみぞとて義と対馬第一の早業の武者を頼みけり、重則刀を持って余人に遅れを取らず編み出したる秘剣を試練一戦と称す。人の眼にて見ることあたわざる技なり。重則は村の獣を釣り出して小松ヶ浜へ誘いたり、砂が捕らえる獣足、獣二人と渡り合い、稲妻に砂は灰となり木は炭となる。心とばかり重則は試練一戦なれぎりで最後の獣が発るほど雨雲去りて空は晴れ、対馬は子供の中にけり。その後重則隠れすみていで会う者もまれなり、類いなき勇と腕とを示しし者のみに試練一戦の奥義を伝う。大風来たる時刀を重則のいおりに捧ぐ。ありどころを知る弟子のまた獣シーゾ剣との思いになればなり。
Just the nature attacks. Like wolves. Big doggo.
犯人の狙いは重則の技の会得。そやつに渡すわけにはいかぬ。どっちへ行った？
女が橋の方へ逃げるとそやつも
始末をつけさせねば。
Is that the bridge that I've already been up to? So his attack bleached the trees white. Is that strong? I loved things like that. Like his attack was so strong it bleached the trees white.
法師が言っていた橋。鳴き声がする。どこだ？
はい。
お侍様、みんな殺されちゃって。
I'm here to help.
犯人を見たのか？
知り人でした。古賀康平。
聞いた名だ。槍川家の老頭だな。顔はわかるか？
忘れたくても忘れられません。
ついてこい。橋の向こうに足跡があるはずだ。蹄の跡、急いで逃げたのか。古賀について他に知っておるか？
幾年も前に槍川家に仕えていたことしか。
槍川家は反乱の後離散し、家臣も追放されたはずだ。
古賀は対馬を離れ、蒙古襲来の折に戻ったとか。その後のことは分かりません。
いずれにせよ、あのような所業は許さぬ。この先、敵陣があるようだ。蒙古だ。隠れろ。太刀を抜け。
Draw your blades, Mongols. I will be killing your best men instantly. Yeah. Tell me everything you know.
古賀康平というものを追っておる。
さっきまで櫓におりました。
まさか蒙古と？
はい。ですが言い争いを。重則という言葉は聞き取れました。
櫓を調べる。新手が来る前に身を隠すがよい。
何も感じない。どうしちまったんだよ。
It's open.
古賀は何をしておった？白い葉。稲妻で色が抜けたかのようだ。
Bleached by the light.
重則の話は蒙古にも伝わっておる。古賀は法師の語りと比べたのか。試合場だ。これを探しておったか。
Hey look, it's that poster I looked at earlier that I went, I want to take this. And the game was like, no, you can't have this.
古賀はいずこかで試練一戦を伝授されるつもりだ。
この近くに白い葉をつける木があります。
そこが行き先。助かったぞ。
Oh, I'll punish him, alright. I'm gonna throw so many kunai at him.
白い葉の木を見つけねば。
Hey, before I leave, anybody got any kunai I can take? In here? Oh, full. Anything else? Supplies? Black powder bombs? Alright, we're good. The Plum Blossom Shrine. We've been up here. We've done this already. We got here early. Chat, we're just reliving everything we've already explored. Maybe we stop exploring and just do more side quests, more legends. Descend Shrine. There should be like a fast travel button. That would be really cool.
Kogaはここの葉を集めたのか。あれか。 白い葉。
White leaves.
稲妻で色が抜けたかのようだ。
How does that hat fit into the smog? It's a good question. Hey, do you think if we jumped off the top of this mountain and we rolled? We'd be fine. I think we'd be fine. I'm coming for you, man. I'm going to throw kunai at you and there's nothing you can do about it. Where are you, fart smeller?
そちらの精鋭を出せ。
さあ、早く血ヘドを吐いてくれ。
Oh, he faked out.
逃がしろ。
Where's the guy we have to duel? Oh, I want them. You down here?
もうやめてくれ。これ以上は何も知らないんだ。
人のうめき声だ。俺はここだ。
It's so cool that I get to fight the big guy first.
もうやめてくれ。何も知らないんだ。
Who's next, fellas? Good eye. Die!
もうやめてくれ。これ以上は何も知らないんだ。テンドマン、見つけてくる。助けてくれ。
Consider yourself rescued, idiot. Getting captured like this? You better tell me everything I want to know.
犯人は猛虎を連れた男か。
祖父から試練一戦を授かるため
Your grandfather?
連れ去りました。
祖父の命が危ない。行き先は
祖父の稽古場
It's all
小
training
松の
grounds.
海岸にあります。ど
Komatsu
うか
Coast.
祖父を
Oh, I guess I know where I'm going next. Uh-oh, that sounds like somebody's just learnt that. Either the old man's just used it against him.
古賀に得得させるわけにはいかぬ。
He's been rescued into another kidnapping, yes. Boxton's gonna have to wait, sorry. No, we can't wait. I can see where it is. It's just how to get around to it. And then pet the fox and then fight stuff. There was a brief moment where I was like, oh, I'm gonna do it. Good dog. This one also didn't stay around to be pet. I really wish you could like full slide in this, like down the hills in on the water, because you're just wearing sandals. Maybe they literally lead you up to the shrine and that's the only interaction you get. You have to wait for them afterwards. I think it's only certain shrines. Oh, I should have rolled. I'd assume it's just to do with the the level design. That's why you can't go do it every shrine. We might be able to. Maybe there's an achievement for it, or maybe going back and doing it. Hey, fellas. Oh, that was bad. Thanks for the supplies, fella. I hope we get up to the top and find out he's killed him.
古賀は何をしておった。古賀め、なぜ殺した。いつからあるのだろうな。
足跡だ。新しい。
Oh hey, you just came out of nowhere.
古賀康平、槍川の狼藉者め。昔のままだな。
槍川が焼かれた様をお前は知らぬであろう。この15年もの間、わしは志村を切り殺すためだけに生きた。
Okay, traitor.
叔父上に会うことは叶わぬぞ。
Just doing something real quick. Sorry. News.
イジーから死に際に紫電一戦を授かったぞ。その身で受け。
Uh-oh.
おい、随分とのろまだな。
それは違う。この場で見極めた。
Oh wow, that's fast. Oh, that was bad. Oh, that was so close. That was close. I mistimed a couple of attacks on that, like one of the parries. But, like that first attack, and getting that hit is vital. And again, hey, just kill me real quick. Let me restart so I can dodge that first attack. Yeah, just get it over with. Let me restart real quick. Let me get it out of the way. I don't want you to get that first hit. And then we're gonna over it. Let me just restart.
それは違う。この場で見極めておれ。つかめた。
He got struck by lightning, bro.
技のみでは俺には勝てぬ。
Fella got struck by lightning. That's crazy. I actually like.
かような最後があろうか。
Oh my god. Bury him and then put every sword in his grave. Make him look like a hedgehog.
対馬を守るためにのみ紫電一戦を使うとお主に誓おう。
The Heavenly Strike. 2 technique points to use right now. There we go. The Heavenly Falcon. Strike with that warning like the Hunters of the Sky. Okay, okay, we're cool. We're cool. That coast we've not been over to. We were originally going over to the Forge, weren't we? Let's go back over to the Forge. We're so cool now.
Yeah.
Hey, look, there's some guys down here. I wonder how we use this attack. That quick strike is what's going to be really useful. Hello, Mongolians. I really wish I hadn't wasted 2 of my kunai now, but hey. Anybody got anything free for me? Some kunai, some supplies, and some supplies. And the bird's telling me to go this way as well, because there's something down here involving all the other birds too. A haiku spot! Are we ready to do some haiku chat? It's time to compose some haiku. Reflect on strife. Brilliant blossoms. On sturdy ground, we go for a retreat. Shattered but alive. Brilliant it blossoms. On sturdy ground, we retreat. Shattered but alive. A new headband. Headband of strife. Let's go.
ここへ。いい子だ。腕試しと行くぞ。
Hey fellas.
Hujok, Savaku, Alaruki.
I'm here to take on an entire army. Literally taking on the entire army right now. Shield boy, you're out. I got to use the cool ending on there. Where's the kunai? I ran out of kunai, but I'm sure I'll be able to pick some up for these guys. Go in here real quick. Some supplies. Sticky bombs. Oh, I'm full of sticky bombs already. What? Okay. Mongolian artifact.
Oi! Udokukcha harta! Han! Ready?
You don't get to notify your friends. It's ours now. Claim this yet? Yeah, this is ours now. They don't own this anymore, we do. Damn Mongolians thinking they could take over our land, claim our stuff. Chat, it's getting pretty late in the afternoon and I'm getting hungry, so I'll probably be leaving soon. I'll give it probably another 15 to 20 minutes. Hey look, it's another tower, another place we can fight our way through. It's a fort.
Here, you. Vår samurai en bassen. Alternig. Kom på Laritschek. Jag har stund. Don't hang out, Doboli.
Does somebody open the door for me? Nobody looking to open the door for me? That's fine. I'll find alternative ways in.
Sumter havas nicht gesonnen.
Right, cool. I'll read chat in a second. So whilst we're in here doing this, it kind of. Hey, sorry, bud. I love your supplies though. Oh my god, get up the ladder. I was gonna hope they fall off the thing, but okay. Right now. Okay, I'm gonna study some stuff, so I'm gonna lurk here for your stats. Thank you for streaming. It was a very cool moment with both of you. Hope to see you soon. I should be live again tomorrow, I think. Don't know if tomorrow's... No, tomorrow's not remote. Tomorrow I might or should be live. We'll see. Might be more of this. Probably more of this. There doesn't seem to be anything else here other than this tower. Which is fine. Because we've taken both the tower and the beach. So... And we're now nearby to the fort, so we can fast travel to it. I wonder if we can open the gate now. Can we open it from this side? We can't. I wonder if we can blow it open or like something. I'm sure there's a reason it's locked and closed, and the game will let me open this at some point when I want to. Oh, I could just climb over it. Wow. Okay. Well. We got another like 10 minutes left-ish. Then we'll try and find somebody to raid into. Hopefully Georgia's still live. She's doing a big stream today. Where it's her... I think it's her... affiliate anniversary.
Trap my soul like bazoo. Start. Bazoo. Start. Cause you're my start.
You guys want to challenge me in the cemetery? I'll take you on.
Start. Cause you're my start.
That's the thing about that blue one, is that an attack? I don't get... I need to go back and look at like the tutorial for that sort of thing, or the techniques. And I end your suffering too. Yippee! Let's go! Cricket! Is there a way... Journal? Gene? Collections? Expressions, activities, artifacts, satchel. How do I go back and... it's the thing that I don't know. Tales, Mythics, Jin's Journey. What do I need to upgrade this? I just need supplies to get that, to make it cover more of the map. Techniques, samurai, stances. Can be parried, can be done in any sense. Oh, block, parry, and unblockable attack. So parrying, perfect parry. Left bumper before doing... Ah, so you have to tap it. So you hold it and then you tap it, I think. Is how that works. Bash. Sprint strike. Hold Y and tap Y. We're gonna do Water Strike. Water Strike's just a great all-rounder. I want to find this village if I can, and at least save here, because then I know what my next target's gonna be, which is just do the village. Or the Forge, as it's called. Just further this way. I've potentially gone up when I didn't need to. Ah, I see the forge now. And there's a bird that's trying to direct me to where I need to go. As well. Ow. 1 second, bird. Owned. And a little box too filled with supplies, which means we'll probably be able to upgrade our armor soon, hopefully. Sorry, bud. Need the resolve, I need the health. I think the bird's trying to tell me to go up the hill. And not actually to the village. Or to the forge. Oh, I get what you're saying, bird. The fort is Mongol territory that we will need to clear, but there's nobody here right now. I'm gonna guess that I'm here too early. And there's actually supposed to be people here, and there's not. It's claiming Mongol territory, but I'm not seeing a single Mongol. Some kunai and everything else. Right. This seems like a good place to save in Mongol territory. And there's no Mongols here. Samurai clan armor. This is so close to its next upgrade. It's unreal. Alright, chat room. Let's see if we can find somebody to raid into today. It's probably, if they're still alive, going to be Georgia. And if it's not Georgia, then I don't know. Let's see. 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. 3, 4. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to send you over to Boodles. They're just starting up today. No, they're not. Right, here they are. So let's go / raid into Boodles. I'm pretty much going to raid and run today, I think.
More mods on the channel!
Oh.
I should have done.
Alright, chat room. We're just going to go in and just wish good vibes and have a good time. See you later, chat.